Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
All right. Sorry, I think I had the music down through all of that, so it was a little quiet. So my voice might be blaring through your speakers if you adjusted your sound at all during that, so I apologize. I'll fix it for tomorrow, I promise. Oh, man. KF7AIK, 27 degrees leaving Evanston this morning. I just checked. I did the math, and that's still cold. So stay safe on your commute there, Bob. I know, let's see. I'm looking for a name. You guys know what name I'm looking for. I think it's Golden Mom. I'm pretty sure it's Golden Mom. Where is Golden Mom? Golden Mom in the house? If not, we're going to have to re-gift. Golden Mom, we're going to give you just a minute. Oh, bingo. There it is. All right. Here we go. Let's turn down the music a wee bit. Or turn it off. We're at the end already. That was fast. I'm a little slow this morning, so we ran out of music. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Golden Mom. You were first in chat with a hey, y'all. It scrolled past the screen, and I hadn't saved it in time, so I didn't get to commemorate or memorialize your initial chat. But you were first in chat bright and early this morning, or maybe last night. I forget which. And you won the internet again, and it's working. It's working. Congratulations on winning the internet. Thank you for breaking the ice and letting everyone know that the water's fine. And come on in, enjoy chat. Nothing can hurt you in here because Golden Mom's going to take all the problems on her shoulders today, IP related. So thank you very much, Golden Mom. You're a repeat offender, so you know what to do here. So thank you. Let's do a quick roll call. We're a little early, so we've got a bit of time, just a bit. Let's see. Audio follows video. Where's my bit? There we go. Okay. Let's see. Michelle Stark, North American girl, 6-volt bus. Good to have you here. Thal. Let's see. I think you were complaining about we can't gift to specific people, and I don't know why YouTube wouldn't do that. It seems like a money grab for them, honestly, to just have them, randomize the gifts when you try to get somebody who really deserves it and really wants one and maybe needs one, a gift, and instead YouTube just doles it out to random people who might happen to pop into chat. It's sort of frustrating. I wish they'd bring it back. That would be great. Let's see. Ritz, blame Weather Watch for the snow expected in Chicago beginning this morning through the weekend. Sounds fair. Yep. His name says he's responsible. He has sent me some pictures of his studio, like mine, and I think he's almost ready. I'm trying to twist his arm and get him to go live from his studio. It's going to be exciting once that's all set up. Michelle Stark, bright and sunny skies here after that day we saw snow, horizontal rain, and roller coaster temps. Welcome to weather. Yeah, if you don't like it, wait 10 minutes. It'll change. Let's see. Thal is here. I did see, I think, hang on one second. Let me find it. Carly's here. Keisha, I'm reading some of the comments and trying not to crack up. Victoria S., happy Friday. It is Friday all day long. It's been a long week. Let's put it that way. We're so glad it's Friday. Dilly Pickles is in the house as well. Melissa, JM, Kathy, good morning to you. Gary Lamb, happy Friday to you. I hope you have a fantastic stream today, Gary. And I did see you actually came in with a membership. Welcome to the gallery. Make sure when you are here, when you're not streaming on your own channel, that you sit right in the front row because the view is fantastic up there. So thank you very much, Gary. Hope you have a fantastic stream. Good guy. We'll be collaborating here soon once we can figure out all the details. Let's see what else we have. The line was too long at Dunkin', says Keisha. I'm not sure if the line's ever too long when there's a donut on the other end. I just, that's just me. But 6-foot bus, yes, we've got you there. Let's see, Ernest, good to have you here. JR, good morning to you. Let's see, I think people are starting to filter in about now on the chat because the numbers are jumping up on the view. Rhonda, we need a mental boost at work today. Definitely feeling the January laziness. Hopefully listening to this trial and the chat will get me through. Well, Rhonda, if there's anything we can do, please let us know. We've got people who can throw dad jokes down all day long. Not sure if that'll help. Not sure if that's what you're looking for, but it'll at least be a little distraction from work. Good luck today. If you can get through today, I'll give you all weekend off. How about that? Nancy, good morning. CG in Texas, good morning to you. Adam, good to have you here as well. A screaming banshee. This is Toxic's husband. I figured I would switch names so you don't get confused who you're talking to. I love the name. Let's come in on your own name if you want, and we'll make it blue as well. That way I can find you. But welcome, Toxic's husband. How is Toxic doing? This is what I'm hoping. I haven't seen in the chat, so hopefully everything is going well. She's in our thoughts today, and you as well. Rowdy, you're also PP in the morning. Yeah, we had a fantastic stream. First of all, yesterday was a lot of fun because we got the internet up and working, and it's running. It's running well. So nobody breathe on anything, but. We had a late night stream where the mods had been overworked all day long, so I do not blame them. But for some reason, we managed to fly under the radar and not get the mods alerted to us going live. And man, did we have fun last night with that police chase. We had 2 of them back to back. I was going to go live with one that was about 2 weeks old that was sent to me. My phone is hiding. Hang on one second. I won't read that out loud, the person who just sent me something. How about that? I was going to go live with, I was going to go live but have an old police chase. But right as I'm getting set up, tag a few others, my phone goes off and says, there's a police chase in California. And so I just switched it to that one, and we got to follow that one live. So we had a live police chase right when we were doing the stress tests on the internet. It was fantastic. I did manage to get it to buffer for just a moment or two. But you've got to realize I was pushing the lowest latency, the highest resolution I possibly can. I've got all my devices pulling multiple feeds down off the internet and pushing one up as well. And I've got all my kids on their devices at the same time. So I can't really envision more of a load on the internet than what we put on it last night. And for it just to have just a couple, 2 seconds of brief buffering and then be fixed, that's great because we're not going to have that load day in and day out. So hopefully we're in good shape. Carolina's here. I think I accidentally scrolled past some people here. Ritz, Rowdy, Suzanne, welcome. How's our girl? Please give Toxic our love and for surgery this morning. Yes. Let us know how she was doing and if there's anything we could do to cheer her up or anything. Screaming love and prayers for your family. Toxic is amazing, and her generosity with letting us just wander in there and on her Discord page and wreak havoc with Lil Miss and Toxic and Christy, all the people who are over there who make it so amazing. It was awesome to have that support from them. It's our first full day of Recovery Addict having a perfect stream. Yeah, I messed up the audio at the beginning because you can't have anything perfect apparently. But everyone duck Rowdy Girl's armed and dangerous, says Christina. Good morning, Christy. Let's see. They're just beginning to prep her. Okay, she's in our hearts. I have a feeling that this is going to be fantastic, and her new knee is going to give her new record times on the marathon. So that's going to be great. Get to work, peasant. Thal, I'm here, and I started early just for you. Rhonda's here. Let's see. Did I miss anybody else? Katrina, Christy P. Good morning, Miss Chris. Michelle Stark. Lindsay Lynn is here. Sharon McDonald. We've got just a moment because trial doesn't start in North Carolina or South Carolina for half an hour now. We've got 32 minutes. So we can catch up on some stuff. Nancy's here. Let's go. I love that you know the commands, Screaming Banshee. That is awesome. Red Pen, Jill Hipple. Good morning. DMB is in the house as well. Laura, Dilly Pickles, Pat Hansen, Ernest, Miss Chris, Sandy Fields. Hello, Victoria S. Oh, I just missed a bunch of people. I think I need a new mouse. It likes to scroll to the bottom instantaneously. Got to go faster here. You're typing faster than I can read. Deborah, I'm not going to put it on the screen because I think it's just flashing. You can't read it anyway. Is that all right? Tell me if you want otherwise. But Deborah, Laura, Keisha, Adam, Dallas, not today. Jill Hipple, I think we got you twice. Pretty lights, sign-wise. Thank you. These ones that look like they're flashing, they actually aren't to my eyes. But the camera, the shutter rate is refreshing in line with the pulse width modulation of the LEDs. And so you catch them because they turn on and off like 100 times a second. And it actually saves power. It's why LEDs, are lower power. It's one of the reasons why they're take less power, because they're off half the time. Your eyes don't notice that. Who broke the freaking internet? I think it was me, but it's fixed now. So let's not talk about that. Ola is late. No, you're on time. You're good. Bob is here as well. KF7AIK. Enjoy your commute from Evanston. Let's see. Miss Chris, TGIF. For sure. Tish is not it. That's a good thing some days. Let's see. Deborah, Laura, why are you so early? Oh, well, somebody, I won't name names, Thal, but somebody, called me out and said, get to work. And so I did, because I didn't have anything to do. I was sitting here. Everything had been tested. I was just, kicking back. I was here. I've got a sound bite for exactly how I was this morning. It helps if I have the sound up.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I was just reading chat and just, getting ready for the day. I'm like, I don't have anything else to do. I just have to wait for the clock. And then right when I was thinking that, Thal's like, get to work, you slacker. So I did. No Pants Friday all day, Katrina. Yes. So we'll do a seated.
I'm not a camel.
You're not a camel. We'll do a seated show. Laundry insists on being tended to. Always, man. It's never ending. I've got 6 kids, and I think half of them wear like 4 outfits a day. I also have the most amazing wife in the world because she does the laundry. And wow, it's a full-time job in and of itself. Hey, Amy, good to have you here. Susan Bond as well. Ola, 2 minutes late, best time ever. New personal best. That is neat. Shay Patrice, good morning. Happy Friday to you. Good to have you here. Shells, Ernest, T-Rocks, Nems Girl, Pat Hansen, Leslie L. I'm excited to watch you today. Thank you for being here, Leslie. It should be a good day. I think this is a good one to watch. Courtney, let's see, 5:50 here. Oh my goodness, Tish.
There's a lawsuit.
Tish, you are up so early. I don't think I would be all excited about being up at 5:50. I do get up about that time, but I'm not excited about it usually in the morning. Shells, Creative B, good to have you here. I'm still working. I was taking pictures actually this morning, trying to get the plaque perfectly positioned because I'd like to mount it on my virtual wall behind me, and it's going to take some Photoshop to make that happen. But that's the goal. I just have to make sure I get the lighting right and the shadows. So we'll work on that and see how it goes. Bonjour, comment allez-vous, Professor Phil? That's all the French I know, and I'm not even sure I said it right. So we'll just leave it there. Sassy girl, happy Friday. Annie, it's good to be back. It's so much better to be seen than viewed, really, when you look at the big spectrum. Richard, I'm alive. Sometimes, we'll take small wins, Richard, and we're going to count that one for you. Gordon Blackett is early but late. No, you're still good. I just got to your name, so it's still during roll call. Let's see. Laura, you're here. I did not miss you today. There you are. I see you. Mandy Hart, good morning as well. And that is a lot of goodies. It looks like the whole refreshment tray has been restocked, including pickles. So come grab your fill, everybody. Yeah, take a moment, post her to Discord. She would love that. That's a great thought. You guys just remember, Toxics, go and reach out to her and say, give her some encouragement over there on Discord. That would be great. Linda Denton, welcome as well. Was the car chases from last night so cool? Was watching. It was fun. We had some good chases. The first one, it ended well. First of all, they both ended well. I like when they don't get away. I mean, I'm not pulling for the criminal all the time. I do like them to have a good run, but I like them to get caught. The second one had like 4 spike strips, and it was fantastic. It ended with, everybody had a flat tire by the time they were done. Cops, everybody. Let's see. Heidi, good morning. Mary Kay, good to see you as well. Mel Mack is here. 2 pretzels were walking down the street and one was assaulted. Oh my goodness, Courtney. Assaulted pretzel. Good morning, Cat Law. Good morning to you. Not a drama llama's in the house. Woke up late, super behind because someone posted cool car chases that I stayed up late watching. It wasn't me. So, but I'm thinking you might have stayed up and watching more. 6-volt bus, the chase was fun. It was a lot of fun. Mostly it was fun because the internet was working. That just makes everything great. Marshmallow was here, but message got deleted. Let's keep it tame, Marshmallow. We'd love to hear your civil replies and opinion. Maggie Carr is here. Mrs. Winters, good morning to you as well. Laura, another Laura. We're getting all the Lauras this morning. My encoder is sending data faster than real time. Multiple seconds of video each second. So now YouTube's mad because I'm sending too much data. Hope little Laura, you're covered as sore thumb. We checked it this morning, and it's fully functional. It's bruised, but not broken. So, which is good because it was a very heavy door. We thought it was the gate to the we have a little picket fence gate on the back of our house. We thought it was that gate, but no, he was out with the semi-enclosed trailer, the big metal swinging gate on the back of that trailer, and that's what got him. And that could have been much more serious, but he's bruised, but he's not broken, and he's all right. Dilly Pickles is here. I don't blame your phone for hiding with what you've put it through lately. I think I used up all my data over the last couple of days just trying to keep the stream going. Bite Me is here. Red Pen, I caught the car chases on rewatch and loved it. They were so much fun. If you do like car chases and didn't watch last night, there are a couple out there on the live. Tina, thanks for doing your mod work. It looks like we've already put you to work pretty early this morning. Hopefully it levels out here. Sunny Florida Mom's here. Rewatch Stress Test and was great. The first chase when he ran through the grassy knoll, though, had me and my dad crying, laughing. It was good stuff. It was good stuff on both of them. Minsky, good morning to you. Kaylee, Internet Stress Test. That sounds like a new business venture for you, Scott. That's pretty much what we do every day now. We just throw everything we can at the internet and see what flies. Good morning, Mary Murphy, Golden Girl, Bernard, Vicky. Anybody else who wants to get in chat, you want to drop your name really quickly. If I missed you on the roll call, I'll try to catch you here. Good morning from Florida. Florida's beautiful. We'll be going down there soon enough. They've got enough court cases coming up. Linda from Colorado. It's cold in Colorado right now, I think. Carol Conley, T-Rocks, Cheryl Myers, good morning. So glad your internet issues are resolved. I think they are. I really wish they'd just tell me what the fix was. That they'd say, all right, we admit it was our fault, but I don't care. It was their fault. I knew it was their fault. They knew it was their fault. Why don't you just tell me what you fixed so that next time it happens, I can just say, can you do that again? She's Toxic is phenomenal. Little Miss is phenomenal. They've got more people behind the scenes. Got some amazing internet sleuths digging up documents and things like that. Some document hounds that are just fantastic, and we all benefit from their hard work. Jonathan Davenport, I am a little bit early, but we're here. We've got court coming up, so we want to make sure we don't. Let's see. Farah C, good morning. Kay, good morning to you as well. Wait for it. Did I miss roll call? I was in the shower. If so, it will bring me such one. Late every day in high school, right? When I was in high school, I remember I had a teacher that was really for me. That was a transitional period where you went from like being told what to do and how to do it and everything to it was sort of like the intro to college where there was a lot more freedom in high school, even though that was still fairly strict where I was. I mean, there was a lot of sit down and shut up and listen and pay attention and write notes and turn in your assignment type thing. There was also a level of freedom where, some teachers would allow personality and expression that really wasn't allowed in the younger grade schools. So if you showed up to class and you had, say, an entire birthday cake with you that you brought for your breakfast, which is acceptable when you're in high school because calories don't count until you get over like 21. Then he'd be like, "Oh, that's cool. You can do that. Just make sure there's enough to share," type thing. And that was cool. But yeah, being late was a big part of my high school experience as well. And I rode the bus. I was usually just hanging out with friends. Montessori Mindset, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us from your part of the globe. It's morning over here, so let us know if the day is if there's something in store for us that we're not expecting. Elizabeth Norton is here. Good morning, T-Rock. Stahl, I'm going to stream snipe you at some point when I play video games. Is that okay? Sure, no problem. Sounds great. If I were playing the video games and you were playing as well, and then you were stream sniping, I might have something to say about it. But no, you're good. Share Bear, it's going to be a fantastic day. Hubby is home resting from colon surgery. Thank you. Wonderful, Share Bear. Hope he gets all the rest he needs and everything turns out great. Thoughts with you as well. Wait for it. I think those lights are going to cause me to be sick. I might have to. I might have to turn them off. Let's do this. How about that? I've got them turned all the way down. This is at 1% out of 100% as far as the brightness level goes, and it goes all the way up to it's just below the brightness of the courtroom when they turn the lights back on in the Murdaugh case. It's so bright. Let's see. Good morning. Happy Friday. There's the burner phone. Myra, good to have you here as well. I think I missed you. Miss Ella's here. Ginger Meadows, Hannah. I think I've got almost everybody. Horse shot. Is that what it is? Horse shot and bananas. Good morning. Good to have you. Love the name. Old Dude is here as well. You guys have the most creative names. Okay, court starts in 30 minutes. Yes, it does, Hannah. There's really nothing happening. I can show you Law and Crime showing the chandelier, which is not terribly exciting with no audio feed. Ed's here. How's the thumb? The thumb is good. It'll be fine. Good morning, Sam, as well. Susie, hold down the mouse button and the text will not scroll further. I'm using my scroll wheel. And I think the problem actually is in the mouse where it sort of jumps ahead. And sometimes it just updates and puts me on the bottom when I'm not touching anything. True love is someone washing your dirty undies. Yes, that is true love for sure. Hola, buenos dias, amigos. Is that right, Veronica? Did I do a half-decent job? I'm not fluent in Spanish, but I know some of the bad words. Did you get the image and drawing of the crime scene I sent you? Ed, I did. If it's the one I'm thinking of, and first of all, I've got another image to share as well. Give me just 1 second. Because it's somebody's birthday. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, come on. Pet pic, because it's a birthday. We have a fur baby with a birthday today. I'm just going to share the picture. And I'm looking for it frantically. Let's see. Rich sent me an email. Was it in the email? Hold tight here, because right now I'm getting one email for every time someone comments on any of my, there it is, any of my YouTube videos, and so it's becoming a lot. Okay, we're going to share this with my laptop. There it is. Okay. Hold tight here. We've got a picture of Clover coming up. This is the one thing I should have done before, and I completely, I thought I was ready, but I was not. Let's put it that way. There we go. So how's your morning? Mine just started buffering because I just switched on Wi-Fi. What? When I switched on the Wi-Fi, it didn't like it. I'm showing it's fixed. Why didn't it like me switching to Wi-Fi? That I don't understand. Can you hear me now? I'm showing my connection's perfect, and I don't know why, but it's still caching. Who said the Q word? Okay, we're getting down here to the bottom. Maybe it's the phone. Maybe it didn't want me to share Clover's birthday pic for some reason. He's 3 years old. Let's see. Everything's working right now. My speed test is showing perfect. I don't know why we have a random buffering. Okay, it's time for a little bit of music while I do a quick check. Okay, it's better now. I don't know why this is happening. All my tests are showing good. Let me check my router. I'll suggest if this happens, I've turned things down a little bit so it shouldn't, but let's do this. If you wait through the buffering for just a little bit, we saw the dog. Good. That's Clover. Clover is 3 years old today. So happy birthday, Clover. There's Clover right here. Happy birthday, Clover. Let's do this. Hold tight. I'm checking all my systems here. I'm getting errors again on my modem, which is. I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating right now. That's it. We had one single error at the top of the hour and nothing after that. But now it's still going on. Okay, so for those who are watching, that pup belongs to Rich Davis, that are not refreshing. That are not refreshing the screen. Can anyone tell me if you're watching and not refreshing the screen and it's fixed? I know that if you refresh, you might have a little more buffering issues because you're right at the very end. Let's see. Okay. So, do we want to try to push ahead and see if this stabilizes while I call the internet again? We need some circus-themed music, Jen. 100%. Not refreshing seems okay. My volume is a little high. Is this better? I think not refreshing helps on your end. It still has little dropouts on my end, but over time YouTube catches up. So I send a lot of data and then a little and a lot and a little. If you are at the very latest video, if you've refreshed trying to be up to the second, if you click the live button or something, that's when you're going to see a little bit more buffering. But the signal is not dropping out like it was before. It's just slowing down and then speeding up again. So let's see if this stabilizes and becomes watchable. It's good on your end. Okay, let's stay together. Yeah, I'm going to keep going. We're going to try to run all the way through the day. I know that they have my whole account. All the traffic is being monitored on the ISP side. So I'd like to give them all the data we can about this. KQD, good morning. Veronica Reyes, Dilly Pickles, Pat Hansen, Kara Green, Heather Barnett, not a drama llama. JK, all good. Old dudes here. Jill Hipple, Nems Girl, Joel Daly. Okay, all right. I will say that if it does buffer for you again, I think it will be better if you don't refresh than if you do. But if I won't blame you if you try to go somewhere else. So sorry about that. We're going to try to work our way through this. Courtroom wise, we do have a feed now. It's the clock. It's still like, I think it's about a degree, maybe 2 degrees off max, maybe 1.5 degrees. It's a little bit crooked. Just lining up the dots. I was going to bring a ruler out and measure between the 12 and the 1, or 12 and the 6, and just see what it is. But we're good here. All right. Why do I have? You guys get my little. There we go. You saw my menu bar. I was like, why? I thought that was on the picture of Clover for some reason. It was not. See, I did get. It was posted on Facebook as well. Let's see. Richard, somebody sent a picture of the crime scene. I haven't seen it in a resolution that I can share. It's been very compressed in all the versions I've seen. So if somebody has a layout of the crime scene specifically, where the two victims were found in relation to the dog kennels and the structures, and it's got a good layout as far as we can really see what's up. I need it to be a little higher resolution because if it's really blurry when you zoom in, it looks awful on the live stream. But that's what I'm searching for this morning. I haven't been able to find a good one. Okay, checking the burner. I'm going to take my phone off the internet, so I will not be able to put anything on. Will not be able to put anything on the screen like I did with Clover. That's what I did when it caused it to break. So I'm going to try not doing it today. Didn't have a chance really to start the timeline last night, and I still have to drive back to San Antonio here in a bit, so I won't be able to work on that till later today. Lindsay, hey, whenever you can. This is a 3-week trial. Don't burn on that. We would be happy with whatever you're able to do it in your spare time. Yes, Jen, I'm on board on the circus music. Seriously, that's that's entirely appropriate. Let's see. Laptop phone was completely frozen. Okay, well let's see what happens. It just buffered for you. You missed the spicy. The spicy was over in the Jensen trial, I think. Or yeah, there it is. This Jensen trial got spicy quite a bit. There's a lot there. Okay. We have 7 minutes. I'm wondering if there's any like pre-jury work going on there. We'll see you, Creative Bee. Have a fantastic day. Appreciate you, Debbie. You're amazing. See the photo from the sled investigation. I think that's the one. That's the one I saw on the Facebook feed. I'm just checking the email. I'm not seeing it in email. Okay. Sometimes when you load a picture on Facebook, it compresses it to the point where it's not really usable on video. Not a drama limit. They were supposed to be out. The judge ordered them to be released, but I haven't seen. I was watching the docket, who was keeping an eye on those. So let's see who's got them here. New tweet from the docket. We're supposed to get more witnesses, cell phone evidence on the 5th day of the Murdaugh trial, 5th including the jury selection. We're counting, not counting the jury selection. Let's see. I'm not seeing the video out yet. It might still be being redacted. It's expected to be released today, so we'll watch for it. No buff whatsoever happening on the Weather Watch end, apparently. I'll watch for it, Lindsay. I think it just might be a copy of a copy that I've seen. The original might be a little clearer. He's buff enough already. Let's see. If the Creative Bee is not here, I can give you her Etsy info. Because it's on the back of my amazing plaque. Let me read it here. It's etsy.com/shop/thecreativebee. Does that work? So etsy.com/shop/thecreativebee, all one word. There it is. Thank you, Abby. Appreciate that. You'll have to copy and paste the link. For some reason, it doesn't make it a hyperlink on here. Yep, nobody's really late this morning. We did start a little bit early, but the internet was threatening and now seems to be behaving. So, good morning, Micah. Good to have you here. What is this 9:30 nonsense? Does South Carolina have its own time zone? Normally, court begins at 9 a.m. sharp. I don't know. The judge is a big fan of 9:30. Maybe he hit snooze a couple times. But, it is awesome. She did such a good job on this. Let me. Oops, not that one. This one. The Creative Bee made this plaque for me for my 5,000. For reaching the 5,000 mark on the channel. It says Recovery Addict. It has amazing. It's like a 3D type shadow box. It says Recovery Addict. Congratulations on surpassing 5,000 subscribers, and it's got the pickle and the gavel. It's just amazing. But you can celebrate No Pants Friday and sneak in without anyone noticing. He's got the robe though. The robe hides it. For those of us that aren't wearing a robe, we have to just watch the camera angles. Last Poet was, I was number 100 on the likes. Congratulations, Last Poet. There should be an award for that. Jackson Trial was also 9:30. Thank you, Pam Jams. She did such an amazing job. I was not expecting it. It showed up in the post office box, and it was fantastic. It's my favorite. If I ever get another plaque, which I'd like to, YouTube will hopefully give me a plaque when I reach a big benchmark. That one will still be my favorite. Let's see. Let me know if the image you were sent before. Let's see. I'm checking the burner phone here. There was let's see here. Myra, I believe that is the image I got before. I'm just, I'm trying to see if it's a higher resolution version. I think when I zoom in, if I were to put it in the background or something, it becomes really blurry. So let's see. Just saved it to my phone. Yeah, it's almost impossible to read. I don't know what it is, but it's just not coming through clearly. But that is a good picture. We'll watch for that. Let's see. March of the Gladiators. I'll have to check and see if there's a circus theme music that I can use without getting a copyright strike.
There's a lawsuit.
Let's check out what's happening in court here. We don't want to miss anything. Nothing, apparently. Okay. Alex did a lot of crying yesterday. He did, and the way he cries is it's sort of surprising. He's crying first of all, I'm not saying that grief is not real and that people don't feel grief for years, because they do. But this has been his focus for years now. And every time something's mentioned, he has the exact same response. This crying, the head down, which for the doubters out there would say that's convenient, that his head's down, the jury can't see. They just see his, the shoulders and the head bobbing type thing. But people are saying that they're real tears, that he is crying every time something is mentioned about their deaths, basically. If you're not wearing pants but nobody can see, are you really not wearing pants? You might have caught a glimpse as I darted for the door. I tried to sort of scoot out sideways instead of standing up, but I might get demonetized. Let's see. Yes, that is the P.O. box. It's let's see. We're all here in the waiting room with you. Good luck. Seriously, thoughts with toxic today. Yes, I'm going to try to hang the plaque in my courtroom. That's the goal, is to try to get it in the courtroom behind me, so it'll be over my shoulder. I've got the technology to do it. The problem is I'm trying to deal with the reflections, because the lighting in the courtroom is like a top-down lighting. You can sort of see shadows, and I'm trying to get the lighting on the plaque to look as if it is actually on the wall. And we might scale it a little larger than it is in real life, but okay. Is Alex wearing a headpiece? No, not on this one. That was Mark Jensen that was doing that. All Emily Baker talked about yesterday was pickles. I think she was talking about a different thing, a different meaning. I don't shovel for such a small amount of snow, Katrina. I'm busy watching Recovery Addict and friends eating pickles. Working on getting the motion right now, and then I'll send it from that. All well as the motion PDF. Okay, that's high-end stuff, Lindsay. 28 degrees, Linda. Still cold. He's playing the jury. That some people are saying that. There's some people saying it's actual tears. I think his head shakes because he was shot. That's the other thing we're hearing. That might be a condition, like almost an illness or an injury. It's very noticeable. I'll say this, Patricia. We'll have to watch and see if it happens at times when he's not emotional. If it only happens when he's emotional, I'd say it's not an injury or not related to his what is it, hitman suicide deal. Good morning, Bill. Good to have you here. We're just about ready to get started in the courtroom. The judge is just a couple minutes late, as is normal. Head down could signify shame and guilt for what he did, if he really did it. He also, Tom, I'm trying to keep an open mind on this one because we've got a lot of evidence to hear. Just a ton is going to be coming in, but he might be a very private person as far as emotions goes, and he doesn't show emotions, and so every time he gets emotional, he tries to hide it. That might also be happening. I will say thank you, by the way, for the tip on listening to the Murdaugh Murders podcast. Got a hot mic here, and it's gone. I was listening to the Murdaugh Murders podcast, especially about the phone calls from jail. I heard the 10-4 stuff. I don't think that's really. I don't think it was code. 10-4 is a code. It's a 10 code. That some police agencies will use that still. Some will don't use 10-4 so much as some other things. But it's old. It's almost like CB radio talk. 10-4 good buddy type thing. It's one of the few 10 codes that sort of transcended out of the law enforcement use, where they use codes to shorten transmissions as well as make things clear. So I don't know. It's I didn't hear in the 10-4 parts that it was like code signifying something. They clearly did talk about some things financially that they were sort of speaking around instead of coming out and saying. But the one thing I did get out of this, and I think somebody was reaching out to me on the burner phone with this point as well, see who said this. I thought the Murdaughs had money. He couldn't post bail. Yeah, the Murdaughs were scrimping and saving. You listen to his son, how he flew Spirit Airlines. You know, it's the cheapest ticket he could find to fly. They on the outside they looked rich, but internally they were scrimping to get by. There was not enough money to do what they wanted to do and live the way they wanted to live. But so that'll be interesting. That's going to probably bear into the story a little bit as we get more and more information. Good morning, Shutterbug. Good to have you here. Anna Jane, Entry of the Gladiators, Funeral March for the Marionette. Is that the song we need? It's probably going to be copyright. It sounds like a good one. The snot was a bit much. Why not a tissue? He's gross. Tish, I didn't see. Are you looking at the court photographers' pictures? Because supposedly they caught like a tear dropping off his face. And if it's snot, that's not quite as cool. Snot falls at a slower rate generally than tears. that might be too much. Good old Southern boys don't cry. KQD shoveled for my parents twice too. Had enough. Too much snow. He looks at the jury before crying. He does this sideways glance, like, has anyone seen this type thing? And I'm not sure if it's I don't want them to see or I'm acting. Is this working? I don't know which way. I'm undecided. I'm really trying to have an open mind on this one. Wanda French is here. Oh, that was the Alfred Hitchcock theme. Pickles, not lawsuits. I do call him Alex still, and on the podcast they were calling him more like Alec. It's almost like a different pronunciation. His name is Alex. Okay, here we go. We've got some video coming in. Give me just a second. Let's see, switcher. We'll bring this guy up here.
Just per the clerk's request, I'm going to list out a couple 6 exhibits from yesterday under Captain Chapman's testimony, just clarifying for the record that they were put into evidence. And
okay, so we've got a little timeout issue, so we'll adjust that.
Before the jury comes in.
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Fernandez needs to address one housekeeping matter before we bring the jury.
So we're going back in time. It's going to be.
Per the clerk's request, I'm going to list out a couple 6 exhibits from yesterday under Captain Chapman's testimony, just clarifying for the record that they were put into evidence and without objection by the defense. That would be 189, 190, 191, 192. Those are 4 pictures that were put in under his testimony, and then 187 and 188. Those were the 2 drone videos.
And what do you want to do with that?
The clerk needed clarification on those numbers because it was unclear that those numbers were part of the record.
Okay.
Anything else before the jury comes in? You can bring the jury.
Okay, I think I've got everything synced up here, mostly. Which means I should be able to bring in the murder cam. Is it close? Okay, so it's not quite there. There we go. Now we're synced up. Okay. Well, the picture's awful. Still trying to sync everything up. Give me just a minute.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you, sir. Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on, day number 5. State's case, next witness.
Day number 5.
Please go on.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Detective Laura Rutten.
stand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is Laura Rutland, Rutland.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Nobody's watching.
They switched to a court recorder that is
You are
typing.
Laura Rutland.
I am.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Laura Rutland, where you're from, where you were born, where you lived, and a little bit of your background leading up to law enforcement, please, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody.
It's a big question.
I was born in Charleston, South Carolina. When I was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we were originally from. Lived there until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States, grew up in Summerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Summerville High School. After I graduated, I was working as a dog groomer. Met my would-be my husband.
Awesome.
We moved to
How many
Port
people are
Royal,
connecting with her?
South
Katrina,
Carolina.
did you hear that?
He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time. Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries and things like that, so I decided to pursue law enforcement.
We need her in chat.
I graduated from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2010 and was working at the Bluffton Police Department, where I held various roles. Started on patrol, became a detective, then I was promoted to supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids. So after I had my third baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Parris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the sexual assault response and prevention program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department, but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County Sheriff's Office in September 2020, and February 2021 I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases that I predominantly work, as well as I'm a South Carolina ICAC task force member, and what that means is it's internet crimes against children, and that's a task force that's partnership with the Attorney General's office, and we basically battle online child predators, child pornography, those types of cases. We do rotate homicides in the detective division among 9 of us.
At some point, did you work at Parris Island?
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did there.
I was the sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training, you name it. I've attended several advanced trainings hosted by other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband work?
He does.
Does he work at home?
He does. Mm-hmm.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started with Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
I started on patrol to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. When was that?
February 2021.
On June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask before you get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Okay. Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How far is it from Ridgeland to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
Okay. And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond? Okay.
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road, but due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant, was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me, and it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before, to 4147 Moselle?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. So with that information, they said, okay, you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior Special Agent David Owen, and that my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived with the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior to that night?
I did not.
Okay. But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him some?
I did, yes, sir.
And let's start out with that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with, what were your observations? Tell these
There's a son with red hair.
So
Girlfriend
the
sitting
first
next to
thing
him,
as I
behind
approached
the gentleman,
I'm sure you've all heard of the
off the screen
kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head from underneath the sheet. Obvious trauma. There was brain, blood, hair, skull matter, all within the feed room and the ceiling. There was a deceased female, approximately 30 feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Okay. Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, standing at the back of the, there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations about bullet holes or shell casings prior to that?
Yes, there were shell casings in front of Maggie's head area, in front to the left on the ground. In between, there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room? And
Yes.
okay, what did you observe in there, if anything?
Inside the feed room, I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling, as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
Okay, this is starting to make sense about yesterday's objections.
I want to skip the statement for a second.
The droplets of blood. Droplets of blood.
After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels? Did you and/or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene, I decided to canvass the outer part of the scene. And while I was doing that, keep in mind it was late at night, it was dark, so we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted some what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. In between some tractors and the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impressions, kind of obvious, but what does that mean?
It means that they had been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Were they one set of footprints or two based on your observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about that.
So if you watch me now, was it like one set of prints going this way?
Yes.
And then it looked like one set of prints coming back this way?
Yes, because they did overlap each other a little bit.
And and who was with you when you were looking at these?
I was by myself initially, and then I found my supervisor, Captain Chapman, and showed him what I had found.
Where were y'all walking when you were looking at the prints?
We had made the decision at that point, due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints, closest to the tractors, and followed the prints down. Noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the States 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No.
Okay. What does this depict?
That depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. States 195, do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones, impressions.
Okay. Promise you I can't. Can we start now? Please.
Maybe the sister in the white top. I'd have to go back and look at the photos. Bella.
Show what's marked States 22. Do you recognize this, and does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, States 22 without objection. No objection.
Submitted.
Are we on?
She's a very likable witness so far.
Let me go back to what's just been entered
I
as
think
States
just about everybody
22.
can relate to her in some way.
You said you recognize that. What is that, Detective?
That's in front of the hangar, the building. So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And getting a little closer view on States 194.
Yes, that's the left side of the hangar.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Can you come down here with the judge's permission?
Yes.
Sure, please.
Flat ones.
They're gonna get at that a little bit.
There's a big flare.
Okay. Let me put in States.
Possibly hiding his house of cards, financial cards that were crumbling down and destroy the family.
Yeah, these flat impressions, these flat ones. Can you all see?
Were those the foot impressions you saw that night? The flat ones?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
No.
Okay. On evening of June 7th, early morning of June 8th of 2021?
That's correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
I think that's all. And again, when you and the captain walked, how far were you from the sandals?
A foot to the left.
Don't take this any bad way, but could some of those other prints be yours or the captain's, or you don't know?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you were and I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you States 7. You're a lady?
Yes, sir.
You know what women's shoes look like?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and look at Maggie's shoes she was wearing?
I did.
Okay. Why'd you do that?
To see if they matched the flat impressions I had seen.
And were they similar to you?
Very similar. Yes.
And States 200, do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints you saw?
Yes, very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of the investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did.
When was that?
A few weeks ago.
And did they send you a picture of them?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what'd you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
That those weren't your impressions, the other
Correct.
ones? Voluntarily talked to them?
I did.
Sent you a picture of the shoes?
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine?
Correct.
All right, let's get back to, I think you said, on the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you started the interview?
Danny Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney?
Yes.
Did he want his attorney in the car with you?
He did.
Okay. And I believe you said it was raining?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with sled inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. Alex Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me.
Please listen to me.
Was that the first time you met Alex Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant when you saw him?
He did not.
Did he appear to you to understand your questions and Special Agent David Owens' questions when y'all were talking to him?
He did.
Were his answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any trouble understanding the defendant when you were talking to him?
I did not.
Did he appear to have any trouble understanding you and responding to your questions?
He did not. He may have asked twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what's marked States 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this States 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe without objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And with this Honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish.
There's a toucan on that screen. That's all I saw.
I think it takes a while for the sound. I think it takes a little bit for the sound to come up. It does.
There's a toucan. They have toucans in South Carolina?
Sound, is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It is.
Is that you back in the back?
That is me.
Who is that?
That is Special Agent Owen.
Who is that?
Danny Henderson.
All right, sir.
You guys, Miss Chris just gifted a membership. Congratulations, Zach Bolton. And Weatherwatch just gifted 10. Linda LaFair, horse shot and bananas.
State your full name for me, please.
Girl in Texas.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
D.A. Vell, Unsolved Cases and News. Sarah All, Sophie, Vicky,
Your last name, so
Elsie, Mia Allen.
Murdaugh. And you go by Alec? Yes, sir.
I don't want to talk over the video here. Hang on.
May 27th, 1968.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Chris at Weatherwatch.
1227. And so what was your name? All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm from Rutland, Colleton County. I'm from SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand. Yeah. So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was. and I could see his brain almost. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. Okay. I tried to I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911, pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when he walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No sir, not good. No sir.
How about Maggie?
No sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
Her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None
people
that,
breaking in?
none that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot, so, you know, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or a group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
It's not that I know, that's right.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time. He gets
Recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of, I mean,
I'm gonna kick your ass, you know. I've never been privy firsthand, you know.
Is that through social media? Or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what, you know, what goes out, like somewhere. He's in college, so he goes out, is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Columbia is Will Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Columbia.
you said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving. Okay. Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir. I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people that, he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's very, you know, he's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real quick?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head. You know? I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it. But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah.
What in the world?
Now, I really don't think this guy you know, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched
It's
story.
weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
C.B. Rudd.
Okay, so that's a weird story.
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or?
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers and so, you know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know, somewhere in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please?
I do. You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right, CB.
Don't call this number.
Right there. I'm glad.
Yeah, I know. He called me, so I'll do that.
Yeah, if you had that on your bingo card, you're going to win. So we're hearing the voice of Alex Murdaugh as he's being questioned the night of the murders at the police station, I believe.
843-540-9.
8675-309.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your light for a second, please.
Thank you.
How about we just take your iPhone here? Is that all right?
When did you tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week. Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know you'll
Right.
check it
Sorry, in a
out.
police car, not in the police station. Got to explain why I said, "Can I open the door for a minute?"
Was so taken aback by it.
Yeah, I don't know why I said police
I'll
station.
find it. I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Right now, he's not a suspect. I don't believe they've Mirandized him. Yes, I listened to some last night.
But for all this weirdness, I mean, I do think they like. I mean, they got along pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
I listened to the Jail Calls on the Murdaugh Murders podcast.
Anybody else really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently. Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know. There were some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know. It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back You know, he got a black eye. And, you know, he can't defend himself right now because he's charged. So, you know, he was a real tough man's man. You know, he would
defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
how was he handling that? He's over everybody.
As far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is.
Both really, really nice brands of shotguns.
I don't think it was out here recently, but I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when you up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun, probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I mean, I came out and, I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while and then I told her. That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here, now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns,
Shotguns, rifles,
pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
I mean, all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Barney.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Handyman?
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to you know, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
So she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regular. Comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, you know, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields, and but I don't. There's none that, you know, are near here.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did Maggie see you today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her.
We got a peek of the video of him in the car.
And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
And what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
Alright, I texted her at 9:08, wanted to check on him, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47, that must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her.
It's a random
9:45.
Random sound.
And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there.
I don't think he has Parkinson's. I'm not seeing Parkinson's is uncontrollable. It's not like on and off and on and off. It's pretty constant, I think. He's able to hold very still.
This is when at 10:06,
Yes, sir. Anybody else want some gum?
You want any water, do that? I don't need it.
If you behind Danny's head, is case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
We'll talk about that during the break, Kathy.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
It's a recording of Alex in the police car, the cruiser,
I can't get you on your cell.
the night of the
I
killing.
don't have a house phone.
Okay.
My office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
All right, Miss Randy's.
Tay Randy's is 803-943-8881.
Don't call that number either.
John Martin's
8675309.
321-5508.
He has asked for water. He now has a drink of water.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or?
Savannah County, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay, given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Now Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to be here in person. And they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's what you said. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
There he is.
He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Yeah, Lindsay, there'll be full disclosure of all the materials that's going to be presented against him, as well as anything.
When you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over on his stomach.
Just like he
Just like you, so you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well.
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
Defense is entitled to all the information that's going to be used against them in trial, as well as anything that might be exculpatory that would help get their client off.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked, and then I think I already did, but I checked him.
Jenny's from the song 8675309.
When you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house.
Okay.
And then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably.
Is where it was. Okay.
Well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close because I came back the same route.
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
When I came back.
Yeah, they're given everything. I don't know if it's on the USB or a DVD or something. They'll have everything, basically for the most part in the format, with the exception of maybe some exhibits or something.
I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that? Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Buster, in here? Okay.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card. Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there. But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rutland. Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're listening to the defendant being asked some questions in the police cruiser the night of the killings. There's no Miranda. He wasn't treated as a suspect. They basically said, hey, can you tell us what's going on? Yes, the defense gets access to everything. They can even have...
I think it was 1 a.m.
They can even have their own experts test things independently. And that's going to be an issue in this trial because the shirt that he that was tested was destroyed.
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No.
So that was an audio recording we were listening to.
Investigating procedure.
This investigator was there for that recording.
911 tape prior to this.
We did.
And you say we? Who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have? Can everybody hear? Speak in the mic, please. Speak in the mic, please, ma'am. Did you have that 911 knowledge in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you already heard it?
Yes.
Okay. And on the 911 tape, how long had Alex Murdaugh told the 911 operator had been since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
He's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
1.5 to 2 hours. And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap.
Okay. Did he say where he went after that?
To check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Okay. Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Just the time of night.
Why?
With her being an Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange to go visit.
What time was the 911 call?
It was 10.
Can you speak louder, please?
I'm sorry. I'd have to check my notes.
We'll put a check with it. I'm sorry.
Okay. It was 10. $10:06.
And this interview was 12:57?
Yes, that's correct.
In your interview, in Agent Owens' interview, did the defendant Alex Murdaugh tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
He did.
And did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When?
when he tried to check his pulse.
Did he try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
There's a scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. You remember that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Can you actually see the phone in there and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, do you see it?
Yes.
We'll probably hear about the dead chicken once we get the Snapchat type information.
Here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently. Did he first tell you he tried to turn him over?
Yes, he did.
And I figured it out?
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out of his pocket?
That's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe, then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, and you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That would seem.
The objection sustained.
Really?
Have you ever moved Dan
Why was
Wade?
that sustained?
I have.
Got two direct comments in the interrogation about something that happened while touching the body.
If we could start
And the objection sustained. That seems strange. Any lawyers want to call on that? What do you think about the relevance there?
A couple of these pictures that I think they have this on top of it, just
Does
to
it
warn
need to
everybody, these are graphic photos.
lay more of a foundation? Because of the speculation? Needs more foundation for what happened? I don't know. For me, I can't envision the phone popping out of the pocket with his hands underneath him like that. Yeah, that's weird. But that's why I'm not his lawyer.
Who's this a picture of?
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Did the defendant say he checked her pulse?
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
For me, it would be just the reliability of the witness. Is that something that could happen type thing? I'm not worried that he's trying to mess with the phone or something.
Defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After his nap, where did he say he went?
Went to check on his mother in Hampton.
Just again, if you keep your computers covered, please. Defense 1.
That's a great question, Bite Me. If it was a shirt pocket, that would make more sense. I withdraw my my speculation. Her thoughts are speculation as well. I'm with the sustain now.
With the court's permission, I'd like for the detective come down, please, Judge.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to get what you won't block and I won't block her. Did you see? I'm going to get back over here.
So we'd basically need an expert to testify about what they thought about something.
Did the defendant tell you he tried to get the pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Did he tell you where he tried to get the pulse?
He did not, just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last time.
He tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
How many times did he tell you he tried to turn him?
Twice.
Look at all these standing lawyers. They're ready to pounce.
I think you testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Oh, man. Lawyers getting down on the ground. Here we go.
Describe what's around Paul Murdaugh.
Blood and brain matter.
And if you were to, where's his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Underneath him
Correct.
and roll it.
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Right there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
Is that his brain?
That is.
Mr. Harpootlian said blown out of his head.
Correct.
If you tried to take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder to get access his neck.
This way?
Correct.
Whether you're this way or this way, right?
Correct.
Either underneath or under the head. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right? Is that,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Eric, you got to type exclamation point late
Alex
in
Murdaugh,
chat.
when you first came up to him.
Is she going to sit down?
Okay, stay up here.
That's fine. Why are you questioning her not in the chair?
Well, I made sure it's up again.
Okay.
Judge, I apologize.
Tensions are rising.
I see you. Go back and sit down.
Thank you.
When you first saw Alex Murdaugh at the car, did you observe him?
I did.
Why?
Just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
When you were in the car with him, You were behind him.
I was.
Did you observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt?
I did.
His pants?
Yes.
His shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at this scene, when you first got there, did you see any footprints in the blood?
No.
Did you see any knee prints in the blood?
No.
Anywhere around the body?
No.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
Okay. What kind of shoe? Alex Murdaugh shoes. What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury. Did you see what appeared to be blood on Alex Murdaugh's hands?
I did not.
On his arm?
No.
On his shirt?
None.
On his shorts?
No.
On his shoes?
I did not.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
All this fresh in his mind?
Yes.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
Screaming Banshee is Toxic's other half, who's changed the name so as not to confuse us because she's in getting surgery today. So we had the objections the other day about the water and the red coloration in the water. That is basically, it would have to be there if the water was added after the blood. I think that would...
Was his phone taken that night, Alex Murdaugh?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure, no, sir.
That would
so
indicate...
it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
He's pattern. He's yelling.
Now, you were working with... Agent Owens, stand up. Ms. David Owens, you were working with the slated?
Yes.
It would indicate some sort of cleanup.
When you, after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147? Now,
I did.
Okay. Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Okay. Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did?
I did not.
Okay. And those are the same shirts, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
And Sled got them that night?
Yes.
Okay. After this, did you assist Sled in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this would be object to, but did you assist him with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Okay. Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended
Yes.
in and around Moselle?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Search of ponds?
Yes.
Okay.
With a magnet?
So you assisted Sled at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah, anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain, whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything. I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, SLED processed
Okay,
that.
okay. Now, if you just listen to my questions, I'm not going to lead you, I just want to ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice? Is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish-brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you, that's all I have.
That was very much a compound question.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so we have one question we're supposed to answer here. I think this was Kathy requested that we talk about the weird question, a weird story that came up in that little questioning session where Alex Murdaugh was taken into the police cruiser right there at the scene, and they have incredible video. I'll tell you, when that video comes out, you'll notice that the audio is unbelievable. The video is very clear. It's so clear that after the fact, the police are able to look at the video and read the text messages on his phone that appears in the video. I think it was there on the scene. I don't think they had left. That's my understanding.
Leaves the courtroom. That's not an invitation for conversations until a recess takes place. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
He's telling the people to, just because the jury's leaving doesn't mean you can start talking. You can only talk when there's a recess. So 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 11:07 or so. Okay, so during this interrogation, during part of this, the police are asking him questions about, is there somebody who has it out for your family type thing, and he starts talking about what I think it was like a gardener, a hired hand who'd been on for a few pay periods. So I'm not sure if this is a weekly thing or bi-weekly, but probably less than 2 months type thing. Working with them. He's the guy who had sprayed the sunflower seeds at the field and killed the sunflowers. So they're going to talk about reseeding those sunflower seeds, because those are used for drawing in birds, generally if you're hunting, sometimes for deer, things like that. But he's talking about this guy, and he's saying that this guy was talking to his son and told him a story about how he got in a fight with his terms. He said he got in a fight with some black guys, and the FBI had observed him fighting, and then recruited him to be on some team with Navy SEALs whose job it was to go out and assassinate Black Panthers or something like that. Yeah, that's what the story went. And he's like, so I'm not sure if it's him, but there's a thought. That's the first story he comes up with it could be this guy. The judge not having any blabbing, please. We also don't know if this is lawful law. The judge is really messing up here. He could be. I think he's doing a great job, actually. It's a bit suspicious he was all clean considering the amount of blood that would have been there. That's what they're trying to get at with this. You try to turn the defendant over. Okay, we haven't seen the pictures, and I hope we never see them on accident, because first of all, it'll demonetize the channel and it might get me a strike on YouTube. They violate every term TOS that YouTube puts out. Okay, that's not the sort of picture we can show on a live stream. I do imagine they will come out eventually. But they are extremely gruesome. The son was shot with very point blank with a shotgun in a way that basically almost decapitated him, and there's very little left of him above the neck. So describing that he tried to check his pulse, and there's just carnage. Okay, that you've heard it described. There's just blood and and stuff everywhere, body matter everywhere. And he supposedly went up and tried to roll him over enough that his phone fell out of the pocket, and he picked it up, he was messing with it, and decided to put it back down real quick and checked for a pulse and all that, and there's nothing on him. Nothing. I mean, the entire scene is just like, it's probably sprayed with body material, and there's nothing on him. That's what they were trying to get out from that questioning there at the end. Cat really likes the new RA mouse pad. Now it has a furry pickle and sandwich. Oh no, 6 volt. Used it as a claw, a scratch pad. That's not good. Yes, this will definitely be a TV show at some point. With, I think we've decided that, who was it? Oh man, the actor's name skipped my mind. But it'll come back. I think he actually grew up in these parts in South Carolina. They haven't covered subject matter jurisdiction, right? There's all these things are missing. I think that might be why brain matter is gathered around Paul. The water around the bodies is telling as well. He would have cleaned up there or could have taken a shower. So I think at some point he rinsed something off, is what we're saying. Whether it was himself or something, that's what I think the prosecution is getting at. Do we know where Buster Murdaugh was during the time of the crimes? No, I think we heard on the call, I think that was Buster, or he was talking about Buster to someone on the phone when he said, hey, can I answer this? But I don't believe he was on the scene. I think that was who he said, don't let him up here or something. I think that was talking about Buster. Yeah, blood splatter, in either one would get on him in this case, I think. It's a stolen valor story in the middle of a murder trial. Yes, it is, with this gardener who got recruited to fight with the Navy SEALs against extremist Black Panther people. Yeah, I smell poop when I hear that story. Manure specifically. The DA wants to have it both ways, just like the defense does. He doesn't have blood, so he didn't do it, or he doesn't have blood, so he had time to wash himself off. Him being all clean would also work that he couldn't have shot Paul, or he would have had blood on him. Yeah, so this is the defense, and we're going to get more into this because the shirt that was tested, the white shirt, initially they like visually there was nothing, but then when they did like additional inspections, they're like, oh, there's a possibility, and they ran some more tests, and they said, oh yes, there is something, but the tests they ran destroyed the shirt, so the defense couldn't independently test it, and so whether or not that gets brought in, we'll see. That'll be exciting. Expect a lot of objections when that comes up. There's a mention of a raincoat. It was in defense opening too. It's my theory that he had a raincoat on, washed it off, ditched the coat on the way to his mom's. Okay, so there was, Lindsay, that's a great scenario. I think that makes sense because we do have to account for why there was a raincoat brought in. Sort of like the maid or the assistant that was helping his mom reported that he had like a blue tarp, I think is what she said, but they found the blue raincoat upstairs or in the attic or something weird. So we have to account for that, and especially that we've heard that there's gunshot residue inside the coat. And we'll see if there's blood inside, that's a smoking gun. Let's see. You want to see the pictures? Yeah, it sounds like the shotgun, the blast of the gases probably is how I heard it described, is what caused so much of the damage. Obviously, the bullets themselves, the projectiles, causes damage, but there's a big blast of the gases, and that means it's point blank. And I have yet to hear how the state is going to say this was positioned. I mean, what was the positioning of the gun, and who and how did he get it that way? Because it seems like it was an upward direction. And a shotgun is a longer gun, unless it's sawed off. But we'll see. What's the story with Buster on the side of the road? We haven't got into that yet. That's I'm not sure if it's going to play a part in this case. And quite honestly, we might have to just like not touch all these other stories, the financial stuff and everything else, the maid in the house that fell down the stairs and died and everything. We might have to like keep those out just so we can keep our minds clear with what's happening. There's so much that's going to be in this case over the next couple of weeks. It's so much to handle. We just sort of have to look at it like the jury is seeing it and hearing about it. Black Panthers were indigenous up here in western North Carolina. I think he was talking about a different Black Panther. Recovery addict, I'm telling you, Murdaugh didn't pay off some shady folks. Most likely some kind of extortion or loan shark deal. And so he made a deal to get his family wake to get the money. Well, we definitely have his deal with the suicide for hire situation that happened after this, which is telling. It sounds like he's not above hiring somebody to do some dirty work for him. The mom's caretaker is on the witness list. Yes, she is. She's the one that saw the blue item in Alex's arms, like the tarp or the raincoat. Still say he had time to change clothes. Yes, I believe he did. What's the story on the Snapchat? I can't wait till that comes in. I want to hear it as it's presented. I have not seen. I don't think the Snapchat's been released. We just know that the son was on the social media platform probably very soon before he passed away of traumatic injury. I think since he used a rifle and shotgun, he could have been plenty far away from both of them to where blood splatter wouldn't reach him. So the fact that he's clean doesn't. Sorry, I've got slow. Tom, I'll have to wait for the other half. There it is. Plus, the shotgun was very close to the pressure. The gases escaping could have just blown all the blood the opposite direction from him. Was it a distant cousin? I wasn't sure if there was ever a family connection made. I know it was a client of his, and the client went by Cousin Eddie or something was his nickname. Is this trial only for the mom and the son, or also him trying to have someone kill him? I believe it's just for mom and son. They're limiting what they're going to allow in about that hiring someone to kill him. I'm not sure if the judge has actually made the final ruling on how much he will allow in that case or in that incident. South Carolina allows family members to be. This is the rule. That's what they call it in court. We invoke the rule, which means witnesses are not allowed to be in the courtroom to hear other witnesses testify. The exception is experts are allowed to be in the courtroom. They can listen to other people's testimony, and also. Family members can be exempt from that. They're like family members of the victim can be exempt. So that would be why Buster's in there, because I do believe he's definitely on the witness list. Yes, he was saying to Paul, the Navy SEALs recruited that hired hand to help kill extremist Black Panther people. The roadside maid situation. We'll have to wait for that. Let's hold off for a little bit. There are more bodies involved with the Murdaughs. Several people have died that are associated with them, and so we're trying to focus on just the two family members right now. But we might get into that as we get a clearer picture of what's happening here. Douglas, I don't think there's any evidence that he changed his clothes, and that's a good point. I think the police tried to draw out yesterday that the search warrant was for the entire property, that the police could have searched everything. They could have searched his house and everything in his house, but they didn't, is basically what they're saying. I haven't heard them actually spell out that they did not search his house or did not enter his house and look around. But now it seems, convenient for the state to be able to go back and say, oh, but there could have been evidence in the house that when they had the right to search it and didn't. Kathy's hubby is who's not into true crime is now researching the case. He's inundated with true crime now, and he's retired. He's hooked. You just give him a little taste, and they can't leave it alone. There's images of his exhibits on Twitter. Can I DM the tweet to you? Ashley, yes, I've seen a couple screenshots of that. Send it to the burner phone, and I'll take a look. Because of the issue we had with the buffering last time I tried to connect my phone and my laptop, it doesn't like AirDrop for some reason. So I'm probably not going to show them during the live stream today, but let me take a look at them. Sherry, by the way, is keeping me up to date on the Mark Jensen trial, where just bombshells are dropping. State's witness saying he doesn't think that Julie's death was a homicide. He thinks it was a suicide. Oops. It's nice that you know what they're going to testify before you ask them the questions. But everyone could be distant cousins for sure. The thin walls of the courtroom here. Got fire trucks and stuff driving right by the courthouse. They're actually arriving at the courthouse.
Before the jury comes in, I want to review a few of the rules of court and rules of procedure with counsel. First, Rule 20 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure provides that there shall be no argument on objections unless requested by the court. And that's Rule 19. Rule 19? 18. Rule 18. No argument on objections unless requested by the court. Rule 18, there you go. Rule 18B. Then Rule 43H of the Rules of Civil Procedure, which is applied to the Rules of Criminal Procedure through Criminal Procedure Rule 37, I believe it is. 37, yes. And that is that only one counsel for each party shall examine or cross-examine a witness. And by extension to that, the court's order, and that's Rule 611 and the
stay seated
procedure established in the courts of this state, the examining counsel only shall make objections. If Mr. Griffin is going to cross-examine, Mr. Griffin makes objections. Likewise, with the state's attorney general, not any and everyone can jump up and object and argue.
Their lawyers are getting their hands smacked a little bit.
Your Honor, I understand the rule. So, as with the witness, they were attempting to get to testify about blood in the water yesterday, I objected, and it was a speaking objection. I apologize. But when I object, will you, and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record.
For appellate reasons.
I'm wondering, and since he doesn't get an appeal, that's not his concern. How would you like me to handle that?
Well, the objection speaks for itself. If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after the examination is over, the court will give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that. I certainly understand the defense's right to make a proper record, and we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
For instance, they've listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection hearsay or just object?
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for the objection.
Okay.
So,
not a real advocacy.
He wants to get the grounds in.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you.
The grounds enough. Objection grounds.
Let's bring the jury.
I think the witnesses that when there's a break and there isn't another witness on the stand, the next witness might be brought in just to save time. But generally, they're called in each time. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they haven't invoked the rule and all the witnesses get to sit here. I'd be super surprised if that's the case. His property is huge. I'm seeing on some sides that it's like 1,700 acres, others it's like 1,200 acres, but that's a large property. I'm sort of surprised he doesn't have, like, just because, animals can get messed with, some cameras down by the dog kennels, some around the house. Surprised there isn't some sort of footage somewhere, especially he has so many firearms, so many pieces of equipment, machinery, things like that. It just makes sense nowadays. But, maybe you don't like cameras and what stories they tell. So the jury's coming in, and they're not told to rise. This courtroom does not respect the jury.
The jury is present.
Thank you. Cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Cross, good morning.
Good morning.
Short
My name is
section.
Jim Griffin.
Detective Rutland.
Jim Griffin?
Rutland.
Rutland, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name's Jim Griffin.
Like, say my name. Say my
Alex
name.
Murdaugh.
Mm-hmm.
You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that it was, you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as 9:06 on a Monday evening. You recall testifying?
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, had just been put in the hospital that very day.
That's correct.
And that it was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I remember him saying
Okay.
something along those lines.
And in that context, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia on the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that was interesting.
Okay. And you walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And one of the things that you mentally noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around where Paul was murdered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where Paul was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and to the door and spatter everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And you also told the jury that Alec was clean. And you're referring to his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean. Yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines of a feed room where splatter is everywhere. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you, in your mind's eye, that night on June 7th, did he look like someone had just blown his son's head off, spatter going everywhere?
Again, I can't say that for sure. A lot of things would come into play to affect that. Distance is one of them.
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated process to take him into custody, I suspect, wouldn't you?
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
Well, one of the things you did that evening, Ms. Rutland, was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
I did.
And that was your first official duty in connection with this double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Meadows during the break, and asked the witness to identify it. You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have it. So tell the jury, please, Exhibit 3 is, well, first, let's just talk about a search warrant. What is a search warrant?
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
And this search warrant was for what property?
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton, State of South Carolina.
And it covers the whole roughly 1,700 acres of the whole property, does it not?
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the out. And it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please? I've got to turn sideways. All right. Let's see if we can read that document. Is there light you can turn on here? That's much better. And can we zoom in? All right. Okay. Got it. Thank you. So, and this is the search warrant, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says description of premises to be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
And it says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and to be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign.
I did.
And here says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, gunshot residue, weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc. It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics, drugs, paraphernalia, any and all cellular phones, phone records to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. Then it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot.
It's just copy paste. It's a basic.
Isn't it?
It is.
And this is basically as broad of a search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation.
It's everything.
And it gives you
doesn't mean they have those
property
things.
of the crime scene, correct?
That's
if they
correct.
find them, they get them.
And with the search warrant, you had the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes. Did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity that evening. I was assisting.
Well, the search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI TV junkie of sorts.
Hey.
Did I understand you to say that?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, and you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if blood residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not on TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but that would be a crime scene unit question.
Right. And actually, there were the clean clothes that Alex Murdaugh was wearing that night, they were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. But that, you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And who did the collection, do you recall?
Special Agent Owen.
And when was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by. They went to a back bedroom and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
And do you recall how?
Is it 8 women or 8 men? I know it's 8-4 is the mix-up, but I'm not sure which one was which. I thought it was 8 men and 4 women. I might be wrong.
Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall.
Now, the jury heard the complete video audio of the interview with Alex Murdaugh on the evening, early morning hours of June the 8th, and yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said, and I want to, I mean, the tape speaks for itself. I don't want anyone to misconstrue your testimony, so I just want to ask you, are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions he described one incident that he tried to turn his son over?
The latter, that he explained 2 different times.
So in answer to your questions, if anyone would walked away thinking that Alex Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never asked, or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over, correct? That's what.
Correct.
And so, you see Mr. Metters crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something, but that night he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over, correct?
That's correct. We did not ask that.
And that night he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn him over, correct?
Correct.
And that night he was not asked specifically how far were you able to move Paul, if at all, when you tried to flip him over, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
I'd have to check the transcript, but I believe he said something along those lines.
What did he tell you where he tried to check Paul's pulse?
He did not.
So we don't know from your interview, or Special Agent Owen's interview, how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alec describes it, because he wasn't asked, and where on Paul's body he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
Oh, someone's in trouble.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis, investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
I looked with my eyes.
Okay. And were you aware that before you got there? Well, what time did you get there?
Can I check my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
You can take this down through Mr. Elma. I think I'm through for now.
12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
Okay, 12:22 a.m. And Paul's body and Maggie's bodies were covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Was it a fitted sheet?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. Then the jury has seen photos of the sheet. Were you aware that Captain Chapman and others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him?
Not at the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then, right?
Not that I recall.
And you said that Alex's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
What color pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants?
That night?
Subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
That night, nothing was done forensically?
Not before I interviewed him, no.
Right. And you just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket?
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
And he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Now,
that'll be a hostile exchange, I think. Be fun to watch it, Alex Jr.
You did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed, and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when you say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
It's what
And then you
separates the
saw in the rear
gunpowder to
window of
the
the shed, there were several holes, right?
the load.
That's correct.
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and the items within the storage building. You saw all that, right?
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
And well, one of the things that you noticed when you were looking at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken earring were located near a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle. It's like a four-wheeler, side by side.
Okay. And did And you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please?
UTV usually is like a side-by-side, has multiple passengers, where an ATV is more of a all-terrain vehicle, like a four-wheeler for one, maybe two in a row.
Can you zoom in, Doug?
Mr. Murdaugh has the best lawyers money can buy, and they have no idea how to use technology.
Make it light. Okay. All right. I think that's good. Okay, hang on. May not be a good one. That's okay. Thanks. You mentioned that you told investigators that worked for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay. Okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so okay. That's why I get to do this. So
Objection to his comments.
Yes, let's pose questions.
So you don't know whose boot prints those are?
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that was not what she had testified to.
Now, one thing about this search warrant that I asked you about earlier, it was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or not.
I don't think you did.
Okay.
That's okay. It was never executed, was it? Sorry,
Oh. I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents?
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Oh, you think it was executed?
It was.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant and one's by consent. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh gave SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I did.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
Okay. So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return, that's all you can say, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on the tape, you heard Mr. Murdaugh say, you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
Okay. And you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th, is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Was it Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Oh. Do you know whether or not the crime scene unit left shotgun pellets behind in the feed room?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room. Were you aware of that?
Objection. Objection is sustained.
Good objection was a little slow.
On Thursday, June 10th, 2 days, 3 days, Thursday, June the 10th, you went with SLED, a number of SLED agents and law enforcement agents, went to meet with Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son, and they all agreed.
Hey, Charlie,
to
ease up just a little bit. You both got some pretty valid points and strong opinions on this one. Let's move on to a new topic.
Outside of Barnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was during that. I believe you and a SLED agent interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy Murdaugh agreed to allow the download of his cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
And Mr. Alex Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
And then a little bit later, on the Wednesday, June 16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for
weapons.
Well, let me ask you. When you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist SLED dive team on June 16th, 2021?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, the Salkehatchie River access points for evidence from the crime, correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking for the firearms that were used to murder Maggie and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked to their murders.
And then you utilized ATVs and canvassed the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
And then went back the next day and dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes.
And again, that was with consent, right?
Correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that, did you observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
But you were able to look at his tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
And then on Friday, June the 18th, you had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report, no.
Well, so why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
Well, you also noticed in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
And we heard some testimony yesterday about a bolo on the lookout for a white pickup that Paul normally drives. I mean, that pickup was found the next morning, correct?
That's correct. It was broken down.
Yeah, and you learned through your investigation that Paul had switched vehicles with his uncle John Marvin, and John Marvin was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck, and it broke down on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's correct. It was I believe Mr. Randolph struggled to get in and out of the truck.
Did Colony County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to public to be alarmed?
No, they didn't.
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
He's reading out of a newspaper clipping. This is not a press release. This one frustrates me because I've seen these.
Alex Murdaugh, your assisting SLED, night of June the 7th, morning June the 8th, was Alex Murdaugh a suspect?
That night, everybody was a suspect.
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who else were suspects besides?
Well, there was reasons we were asking certain questions. Who his best friend is, who, their routine each day. There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So, in my view, everybody was a suspect at that point.
Including Alex?
Including Alex.
We were all suspects, all of us.
May I beg the court's indulgence to consult with her?
Does he have to beg the court's indulgence? Is that like a standard procedure? Because he's consulting with his co-attorney here, co-lawyer. Is he begging the indulgence for the pause, or is he not normally allowed to talk to him? We were all suspects. Everybody. Everybody. '80s Music Man, what are you talking about? Who's, what's going on? Yep, Ivan. You're a suspect too. Oh, we've got the sticky notes. Look at this. Sticky notes, legal pads. We're going high tech now. Yeah, I would think that they would stand for the jury at least. That seems strange for me. Everything's Weather Watch's fault. These badges, the yellow badges we're seeing, I believe those are like family passes. Side.
Oh, yeah. Do we have the exhibit numbers?
They're all pretty much handmade. Somebody's out there with a Sharpie and some construction paper and scissors. That's how they're making them. Oh man, I hope everything's all right over there. Yeah. Whatever day it was, I have an alibi too. Just tell me what the day is.
Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Exhibit 1. We need to cover our screens. It is a portion of sensitive matter.
Bring out the box for it.
Can you see that, Ms. Rutland?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's just stop right there. You see how far that sheet is on either side of Paul's body there?
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
Is that roughly how far it was across Paul's body when you got there?
No, because I could see the top of his head.
Well, I'm talking about the width of his body. Was it that far across?
I don't recall how it was because I could see parts of his body, but it was still on him.
Okay. Will you go ahead and play? Did you notice any footprints of the agent there inside the kennel?
No, I believe he's standing on the...
In the food room?
In the feed room?
Right.
No. But it was starting to rain.
I don't know, as he has the same reaction to every time any video is played, it's beginning to sort of not come off as authentic. There's a point when confronted with tragedy that either you become numb to it or your body's used to it. It's not the shock value isn't there anymore. But him to do this, the sobbing, the head bobbing every time video is played, dabbing at the eyes. I think we're getting some tissue here now. Getting ready. The glasses are going to come off and we'll have a little dab. But I just don't, it doesn't seem authentic to me that every time any video is played, he would have that same reaction. Considering he's viewed all this stuff before with his attorneys, they've gone over this. I don't know. What do you guys feel about that? Maybe I'm completely off base there.
Can you back it up just 5 seconds? Yeah, play it. Okay. As soon as it goes down, a little bit further. All right, please stop. Was that how far across the sheet was when you observed Paul's body?
I don't remember. Like I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
And I just want to clear up, when you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to shorts or long pants?
Shorts.
Is this from the video from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car. Well, excuse me, that's from number 1. Those are shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
I'll say this before I'll say it
Khakis
again.
or green?
I really like Charlie Peterson being here. He often has an opinion that's
Khaki
very
style,
different than mine.
green.
Maybe
Okay.
maybe a
All right.
minority opinion.
That's all, you can take it.
I will say just
That's all the questions we have,
sometimes
Your
when
Honor.
we've had
Is that right?
Yes,
when
sir.
we're on the same topic for a long time, it becomes a little more heated. Let's cool it off a little bit on that topic. I don't want Charlie banned, please. I like his perspective. He helps me see things in a different light.
Mr. Griffin asked you
we just
about
ask that we try to
things you
keep it
did after
all civil.
your interview the following days,
He did.
and you had mentioned a search warrant was executed. Were you working with SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them. And did you work with them in executing search warrants?
I did.
Specifically on June 9. And who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think did Mr. Griffin ask you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to her brother John Marvin?
That's correct.
So that was the white truck?
Yes.
That was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Massell?
That's correct.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing, does it?
No, it did not. We processed to rule it out.
What was that last thing?
We processed it to rule it out.
Okay. And he asked you about meeting with these folks and then talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case?
Yes.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when swabs were taken, yes. Mhm.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
that's
question.
correct, yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present, yes.
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED.
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
Did you assist SLED with the initial timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did, by standing by.
On June 14th, did you
She provided moral
assist
support.
SLED in obtaining a search warrant for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
I did.
And was Lieutenant Kent in charge of that?
He was. And
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
Red pen, if it's blurry, you do a refresh on your end. I wouldn't have everyone do it.
What's referred to as the blue box?
If you're up
Black
to the
box,
second on the
yeah.
live stream,
Yes.
it might be blurry occasionally. There's just a second or two where it does still buffer, but then it clears up. So if you're
Were you
watching a
with
few
SLED
seconds
when
behind
Maggie
the
Murdaugh's
latest,
Mercedes
it
was
should be
towed?
fine.
I was.
Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
I think he asked you, were you with SLED when ponds were searched in the area?
I was.
That's June 16th, would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that a Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his?
I did, by looking at them.
By looking at them?
Yes. Mhm.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis said he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day, yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind me, the night you were there, did you see water around the bodies?
I did.
Okay.
Every time I put up the defendant
He asked
cam,
you about some
they cut
injuries,
to
I
it.
think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room.
On what?
On his hands and arms.
Okay. But his face hit what?
The gravel.
Mr. Griffin asked you about how many times the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, had mentioned or turned his son Paul's body on page 2 of the transcript, or toward the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out,
Correct.
and I tried to do something, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
For his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him, and then I tried to check him.
Correct.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
He asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you see the front or the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about the sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
Did he look like somebody who had just changed his clothes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh.
Basis for the objection.
No basis for that opinion.
Response, Mr. Meadows.
I couldn't hear what he said. I'm
No
sorry.
basis for that opinion.
Did those clothes appear to be fresh,
They did.
like they just come out of the laundry?
They could be.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
That's all we had.
Further questions?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Detective, it was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo of his shorts and shirt that we saw a minute ago?
Debbie, I'm trying to find out if the rule's invoked. I have seen some witnesses come up from the gallery, but I think everyone has been the first witness after a break when there isn't a witness on the stand. So they might have come in getting prepared to be called up, and they're just saving time that way. I don't think anyone but family members are present in the gallery, and maybe experts as well. I will say, Mr. Murdaugh's response every time descriptions or images of his son are brought up brings a very strong response. More so than I've detected.
So these are the clothes that you
discussion
saw
of his
him
wife is
wearing
occurring.
sitting in the car?
Correct.
And it's your testimony those clothes look like they're freshly washed?
He's sweating and they are dry, so I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Call your next witness.
Delilah Cericion.
Okay, so she was in the courtroom. Maybe the rule's not in effect.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, Delilah Cericione, Cirencione.
The previous witness had a lot of
Good afternoon,
interactions
Agent
that she was
Cericione.
present for.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED. I'm currently in the Behavioral Science Unit, but was formerly in the Crime Scene Unit.
Now, did you tell me that the mic cannot be turned up more and it cannot be moved? It's fixed?
Is that better, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. From what time or what dates were you working in the SLED crime scene unit?
I was with SLED Crime Scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with SLED crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And what was your involvement in that investigation?
On June 8th, I was requested by my lieutenant, Todd Shank, to respond to the call to medical center to collect buccal swabs or DNA swabs from 2 victims.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a DNA swab, so it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip you use for your ear, and you swab the inside of the victim's cheeks for a DNA standard.
Do you just take one swab?
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container, so 2 swabs for each victim.
So you rub the inside of the person's cheek with that swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin envelope where it's sealed, dated, and initialed.
South Carolina
and the time of the
Law
collection
Enforcement Division
is
is
written on
what
this
SLED
envelope.
is. It's like a
And it is sealed and dated
it's
and
calling in the
initialed
big dogs.
to ensure that it is not tampered with. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And if someone else analyzes or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging?
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Todd Shank once I went back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical center, I went back to SLED to the Forensic Laboratory and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And going back, just to be clear, who did you collect buccal swabs from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one male victim, Paul Murdaugh.
boxes of evidence back there. This just looks like poor planning. This is their witness. She should have this ready.
Indulgence, Your Honor.
That's the equivalent of calling timeout at the recess in the elementary school. She's like, timeout! You can't get me. I called timeout. She's not ready. They're not organized. This is a bad look. There's a setting on the gifts.
Let's stand for a moment.
There's a setting on the gift option that has to be set to blue, or the slider has to be pushed to the right, and that allows you that if there are gifts, that you're eligible for YouTube to select you, but YouTube still makes the selection if there's a member gift given out. Yeah, and Kelly, I think you're right. It's the big dogs as far as the state's concerned. They're the ones who have all the resources. You realize some of these communities are smaller. They probably don't have the resources on the criminal justice side, the police department side, to handle serious cases like this. So they might call in some help. A lot like a small town might call in some help from a big city nearby. But in South Carolina, they call that SLED. So they have a SLED team. They have a SLED SWAT team. They have all these different teams that are available that can travel around the state and respond to major incidents like this one. That's who they called out. Kelly, I'm not saying that she looks bad as far as like her appearance. I'm just saying that as a prosecutor, it appears to be unorganized to begin questioning and not have the paperwork or the evidence ready. It may not be her work at all. It may have been the guy behind her that was supposed to put that together and didn't have it ready. But as a team, it looks bad on them.
Baggies from SLED. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be the buccal swabs that you collected from Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. There's a additional lab number, an item number, and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Might need somebody else to help you. I don't have an Android, so I don't know how the settings are changed on Android. Color me abstract. I've only got iPhone and Apple products.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, a little bit. There was the financial investigations began before this. The whole rain thing, Christy. I've heard that it started raining after. I'm not sure where the rain comes in. If it was raining before or after.
For identification purposes only, as State's Exhibit 202, 201, excuse me, being a buccal swab of Paul Murdaugh, and 202 being a buccal swab from Margaret Murdaugh. And Your Honor, we would actually move to enter these into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're entered into evidence as those exhibit numbers.
I really like her accent. I know she's just like one state away from me, but I can hear a subtle
Agent
difference.
Drencion, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Carlton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Low Country region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents via chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was a iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
And what did you do with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected by a chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
Thanks, NEMS girl. Abstract, I hope that helps.
No further.
I've been impressed with all the witnesses so far, with how professional they are in answering questions. You guys brought that up, how well they stick to their role, and just.
Agent Drencion, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 203 and 205.
Looks like they're trying to bring in a little more evidence with this witness. Not sure where his lawyer went with the evidence. They're consulting here. So I think that's the phone right there that she's holding in her hands. Looks like a, I don't know, I'd guess it's an iPhone 12 Pro, judging from the size. Do what they're doing over here.
Mark for them.
This is State's Exhibit 204, which is the cell phone, along with a paper bag here. Can you tell that's the paper bag that you collected, this cell phone, and put that cell phone in that paper bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how can you tell that?
It's got my handwriting on it with my initials and the date and a description of the cell phone.
This time the state would offer State's Exhibit 204 into evidence.
Just for identification, you object to it coming into evidence.
It'll be marked for identification, those two exhibits.
Wait a minute, that's not the phone, those are the chain. The phone. Is that the phone or is that the chain of evidence?
State's Exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
I marked for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to being marked
for identification.
And Agent Cirencione, if you could take a look at State's Exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
Both of these are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from Captain Ryan Neal to myself, and then from myself to Todd Shank. They're both for the cell phone as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you collected or received the buccal swabs in the cell phone. Is that right?
They're a chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is it you do for SLED? I mean, I understand you receive things, you take buccal swabs, but do you transport things, or do you have another role at SLED?
I'm currently a special agent with the behavioral science unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
In June of 2021, I was an agent with the crime scene unit. With the crime scene unit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes?
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So, what happened to, where's that cell phone?
The point of that witness was just to get evidence.
For identification, they remain with the court reporters.
They just drops the phone. Oh no, the handoff was fumbled.
So, and I guess I put this.
This is the senator.
You received this cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2021.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene.
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels. And
okay.
Yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, I mean, at any point, but specifically when you're trying to preserve evidence, do you know whether to turn it off or leave it on?
There's a lawsuit.
Anybody instruct you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Secondly, do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification, is something you put an electronic device in so that no one can access it. It can't receive new data.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question?
There it is, I'm getting to it. And it can't erase data.
No, sir.
You're in the crime scene. Have you ever recovered phones before?
Yes, we recover cell phones, but they're typically collected directly by computer crimes or the...
So in this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
And no one cautioned you about putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off?
Not that day, no, sir.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Low Country.
Okay. And he just handed it to you, and you put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off?
I don't recall.
And there's a passcode in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay. And then somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
Okay, just to be clear, you were not asked to handle this cell phone any different than if you'd been given a can of pork and beans to put into evidence, right? Is that right?
It depends if the pork and beans were evidence, but no.
Well, assume there's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of evidence and they want you to transport it. Did they give you any special instructions about the cell phone as opposed to a can of pork and beans?
No, sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bag, sealed, initialed, dated, and a description was written, and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Can I put this back in the paper bag so I don't drop it again?
Sure.
Thank you for the indulgence, one moment. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Yeah, they're just bringing evidence in right now for some of these witnesses.
And you may call your next witness. Do you have another witness available at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may approach.
It's fairly lengthy, but we're happy to get started, Your Honor.
Melinda Worley.
I don't think the rule's in effect because the witness that just testified went and sat down in the court, and the next one's in there. So maybe no rule. All witnesses can be in the courtroom, apparently. Pork and beans emoji.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Melinda Worley, W-O-R-L-E-Y.
Good afternoon, Agent Worley.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for SLED
And how long have you worked for SLED?
since August of 2011.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the Forensic Services Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have led you to this point?
Sure.
I can
have
talk
a
about
bachelor's
this
of
a little bit,
science
D&D,
degree
after this witness. when we
in
get a break.
anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a bachelor's of science degree in forensic science from Mercyhurst College, a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. And along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent. I followed through the training program that SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012, and at that point I was able to take cases as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination. I finished that training in March of 2014, and so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases until August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime scene unit to the latent print unit. I also switched from being a Class 1 law enforcement officer, I was a senior special agent, to a Class 3 law enforcement officer, so now I'm a senior criminalist and a footwear and tire examiner.
Like those credentials.
And so, I mean, As far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, archaeology, forensic archaeology, and clandestine graves, photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
They want it done right.
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire examiner.
Okay. And what other additional qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses related to footwear, and I've completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I completed my training in 2014. I've testified as an expert witness 9 times, qualified.
She's still early in her career.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
But like, she knew what she wanted and she went for it, and this is
And
what
you
she went to
said,
school for, and then she
about
specialized.
how many, I guess,
You'll see her in more trials, for sure.
cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions? If you could give us an estimate here.
As far as the actual scenes I've worked that had footwear, or just in general footwear?
In general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to qualify Investigator Worley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. She's obviously qualified.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where a witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field, that witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this witness has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of, is it footwear examination and what else?
Tire mark.
Tire impressions, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Agent Worley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was in the crime scene unit.
As a crime scene investigator?
That's right.
Okay. And can you tell us just some of the general procedures of a crime scene investigator who responds to a crime scene?
Sure. We are requested to respond to crime scenes anywhere in the state. When the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene, we document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
We do have a protocol manual, yes.
Okay. Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
Okay. Would it be normal protocol to wear booties to an outdoor crime scene?
Not the way we've operated now.
Okay. Why not?
It's not usually, not usually necessary, I guess, as far as watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything. We just don't normally wear booties.
And when you're at a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Well, we don't carry microscopes. Other than swabbing items at a scene, we would collect potential evidence that way by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement
expert,
in
so she can hear
this case.
Other witness
Did
testimony.
you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay, and what time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
Okay. So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene. Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
Oh my goodness.
The scene entailed the area where the kennels
Boulevard,
were located. There was a
Fall.
large workshop with an
Fall
overhang
just gifted 50
between the
memberships.
workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel
I think that's
path,
everybody.
driveway between the kennels and that overhang. The sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
Okay. What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents to kind of get a little more information about what the scene entailed, and that we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence, so we walked around to see what was what and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from
Oh my
Agent
goodness.
Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant
Pages,
Daniel Green?
pages of names here.
Okay. And how did that occur?
Thal, thank you so much.
He had
you are
maintained
you
custody
above
of a
beyond.
shotgun and
Your
needed to transfer
generosity
it
is
to me.
incredible.
So he brought it over to my truck and we put it in
Weather
the
Watch's
gun
fault.
box.
No, this one was
We
yours.
took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded when you took custody of it?
It was loaded.
Trying to go through all the names to see. I think if you didn't receive a gifted membership now, it's because your setting was turned off.
And did you
Thal,
unload
thank
that
you so
weapon?
much.
I did.
And why would you do that?
We always render a firearm safe before we transport it.
There's a lawsuit.
Agent Corley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as State's Exhibit 4, along with the rifle,
Not anymore.
or excuse me, shotgun that was collected. Could you tell us what you have there?
It's one of the 2 shot shells that were in the shotgun.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun?
That's right.
Okay, what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And the correct caliber for that gun is a 12 gauge?
That's right.
Thal, that's incredible. Thank you so much.
Since Daniel Green collected that gun, did you take a buccal swab from him?
We did, yes.
And why would you do that?
In case his DNA was on the firearm, we would need to eliminate him or know that was his.
He's getting harder and harder to do roll call in the mornings. Thal, you're amazing. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
This takes Exhibit 249. Does that appear to be the buccal swab you collected from Daniel Green?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
This time the state would offer State's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
Well, Weather Watch managed to grab a screenshot of my face when I saw the reaction when I saw Thal's gift, and then he texted it to me. I'm sure he's going to use that probably over on the Discord as well. Nurglerot, Eric, good to have you here as a member as well. Thank you for joining. SJMC as well. Welcome to the gallery. At all the new members, all 52 of you now, it looks like. Please make sure you type !seat in chat and take your rightful spot at the front of the room. The view is great up here. Thank you all for your support. You guys are amazing.
Major Worley, if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Would you identify what it is before we do that? I mean, no objection, no objection, no objection.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and the 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
It's admitted without objection.
And if you could, for the jury, could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge, and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
And those are the shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene. If you could, State's Exhibit 22 has previously been entered.
TR, the different gauge, we'll talk about that on a break. He grabbed 2 different gauges of bullets to put in the 12 gauge shotgun, which is a problem. But I don't know the reason.
The large overhang on the side of the workshop.
But we can talk about what the problem that presents.
The doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and the Maggie's body is lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
I'll take a look at it, Anthony. Not during this live stream. Obviously, that's a very politically charged case. We try to steer clear of the politically charged ones here on the live stream. But I do want to watch that and see what it is.
Discover Paul's body, or observe Paul's body.
He was, when we arrived, he was still covered with a pink sheet, but we could tell he was lying face down, just outside the feed room.
And when you, how did you process the area around him?
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the sheriff's office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived, before the sheets were moved or anything.
Miss Chris just came in with 5 more gifted memberships for Karen Fall, Bill Brasky, Anthony Spurgeon, Nico, and Viri. Congratulations and thank you, Miss Chris and Thal. You guys are absolutely amazing. Weather Watch as well. All those who have been so generous with gifts today. It's been 79 new members today. Just incredible. You guys are awesome.
Does this picture show how you found Paul's body?
After we documented him with the sheet over him and the coroner removed the sheet, yes, that is what it looked like.
Welcome back, James. Good to have you here.
And he appears appears to be laying outside of a feed room.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed from the area, we went in the room to process the room.
And if you look at that picture there, it appears that there's something laying on the back of his shorts there.
Yes, that's right.
And what was that?
I was told it was his cell phone.
State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that?
Mrs. R.A. is incredible. She's very supportive. Thank you, Thal.
This time the state would move State's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
Nick, I don't think the two were connected.
And this is the
but congratulations. I think
cell phone that was
I think you were
laying
grabbed
on
by
top of
Miss
Paul's
Chris,
body.
if not by Thal, one of the two. Laura, I don't remember this witness's name. I believe she works for SLED. We're working our way through like the chain of custody and the process on the crime scene. So she's one of the people that we're gathering evidence on the scene. So they're using these witnesses to lay the foundation for the credibility of the evidence, and then they present the evidence and submit it. This is how the first few days of trial are going to go. Hey, Sin, you don't need to be a member. Just being here is awesome enough. But if you want to become a member, if you're on an iPhone, I think you have to go through like the website through like Safari. The iPhones just don't let you join. The iOS devices don't let you join from the device.
Agent Corley, I'm going to ask you to take a look. It takes exhibits 26, 27, 28, 30. If you can. 31, 32, 35, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45, please.
Weather Watch is trying to pick up any stragglers that might have missed the shower of memberships. Sin TG, Kelly Havestio, Cuppa Joe, Ryan, and Sassy Girl 69 were all just gifted memberships by Weather Watch. Thank you so much. Weather Watch, you know you're a hero already. You and Thal, Miss Chris, Tish. We've got so many just amazingly generous people here in the chat. Thank you all.
Agent Worley, in general, what are those pictures of?
They're all taken inside the feed room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence.
Generally, polygraphs don't hold up in court. They're not admissible, is my understanding. I don't know of a state that does allow them, quite honestly. Doesn't mean they don't conduct them, but... thanks, Golden Mom. Melinda Worley. I think that's even spelled right. She is a SLED agent, and she's a an expert. She's testifying as an expert. So she might be asked her opinion on things, and there should not be any objection to her opinion from her expert opinion. Myra, the footage that Anthony was referring to is in the Pelosi case, the Nancy Pelosi's husband, and the event that happened in the house, the attack. I believe it's the hammer attack, possibly, that they're talking about, that was just released. So probably the best place to find that is maybe go out on Twitter and do a search for Pelosi footage and just look at the recent footage out there. That'll probably be the best place. I'll take a look at it. I'm not going to discuss it on here. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what's in it actually.
27, 26, 30, 28, 31, 35, 32, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45.
They're admitted without objection.
So Randy, if you go up to the little gift membership at the top of the chat, if you're on a computer and click on it, there might be it's got some settings somewhere.
Agent Worley,
this
is State's Exhibit 27.
Never mind. Don't listen to me.
If you could tell the
what I'm talking
jurors what they're looking at in this picture.
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
There's marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
And then looking back at that window.
There were several bullet defects in the window, in the glass.
Oh my goodness. Tish just comes in with 5 more. James Rogers,
And
Molly
State's
Shepard,
Exhibit 26.
Paula Brankel, Jeanette French, and Jody Estes. Congratulations. Thank you, Tish, for that. You guys are amazing.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
State's Exhibit 30.
Yes, that's correct, Adam.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were 2 12-gauge shot shells on the fired shot shells on the floor behind the door, and also there was hair behind the door.
State's Exhibit 31.
That was after we marked the 2 fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the show.
And State's Exhibit 26.
And that's a close-up of the shot shell wad at marker 1, and there's also a partial footwear impression in blood.
Okay. And do we see some little round pellets there?
Yes, there were pellets on the floor.
.32.
And that's a close-up of the shot shells at 9 and 10.
Were those shot shells collected?
Yes, they were.
You guys are amazing. This is the most amazing community on the internet. Just thank you all. It would not, even if one of you left, it would not be the same. You guys are fantastic. Okay, Lindsay, I'm trying to look at this to see what you're sending me here.
Agent Worley, when those shot shells were collected, what did you do with them?
We photograph them first before we pick them up. We package them, write the information on the packaging as to what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
And were they submitted to the lab and placed in these big plastic bags?
I transferred them to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me.
We have the oddest shaped courtroom anywhere. The front row is rather large. Randy's like, I sort of like this. Randy, I might just have to make you blue if we can't figure it out. We'll just have to deputize you and make you a mod.
Item 1 and items 9 and 10.
Yes.
And also some other items that were collected.
Yes.
There is a lot of evidence in this one, Jennifer. I know we're giving them a hard time whenever there's a delay, but there is just a ton of evidence in this
This
case.
time we'll have Agent Worley open the bag and remove items 1 and items 9 and 10.
As you see, Kelly right here used the seat command. All the new members can use that exclamation point seat and move up to the front row where the view is great. Bill, they take turns. They sort of tag team this, and so they'll one lawyer will focus on a specific witness, just like on the defense. They'll have a specific lawyer to do the cross. It allows them to handle all the information they need to and really effectively manage the trial and not have one person have to do everything, which really would be too much work for one person in a trial this size. Karen, it's good to have you here, Karen. In gray or in green, it's good that you're here. They should have a bigger table for her. That little
So item 1
spot's
is
not big
what?
enough.
That is the shot shell wad that was at marker 1.
Okay. And how do you know that is the shot shell wad that you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials on the seal on the tape.
And then item 9 and item 10.
And these are the two shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. This one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge federal, and one at marker 10 was, I believe, Winchester 12 gauge.
Ooh, mixed brands. That's interesting. I wonder if he has like a bucket of 12 gauge in his house. Or 16 gauge. Maybe that might play into why he has two different gauges of shot in his shotgun. Okay, so the diagram that you sent me, that's on like page 57 of that. There's a lot of information in there. I'm going to try to get this to my computer without crashing my internet. Last time I tried to send something over, it really flipped out. But the diagram is what we're looking for, Lindsay, and I appreciate that. If I can get this on my computer, hopefully we'll be able to share it here on the stream, maybe after lunch. Hey, Gary.
Move items 29, the shot.
It's good to have you here, Gary. How was your stream today? Hope it was fantastic.
Wad, And item 34.
Or maybe you're still streaming. I should come over and watch your stream while you watch mine.
And item 33, 12-gauge Winchester into evidence.
Okay. Without objection.
We haven't heard any evidence that would indicate that the other son was
You're
involved.
looking at what appeared to be.
So that would be pure speculation, but there's a lot of ways you can speculate this went down.
Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's right.
You can see those footprints here in State's Exhibit 27.
You can see them.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are two right there at marker 1.
I'll have to look at that after this live
Right
stream.
down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine those footprints?
I did.
And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yeah. His autopsy, I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area of the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay.
So how do you like that to be your
place it on
job?
the picture
To
determine
try on
that-
people's shoes and walk
That's
around
right.
to make footprints?
State's Exhibit 148. What is that?
That is a printed version of the test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the left shoe.
And there are, I guess, 2 impressions of each shoe there?
That's right.
All right, so using the impressions you made in the photographs, did you make any determinations?
I determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
And we'll look a little closer here at State's Exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here.
Hey, Debbie, my internet is mostly fixed, but we're still having very... once in a while, it'll pause for just like 5 or 6 seconds and then start again. So they're not done fixing it.
State's,
I'll be on the phone with them over lunch.
138, is that a picture that you used from the crime scene to compare to Paul's shoes?
It is.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
Aziz, lights.
State's Exhibit 39.
Both of those were the same outsole design as Paul's shoes.
And we'll go back to State's Exhibit 40. And if you're standing in the feed room, what position are those shoes facing?
Those are facing the window.
Facing the window.
There's some shoes you like. Is it okay if I just wear a plastic bag over my foot first before I try on this nasty shoe?
Did you also notice the door of that feed room?
I did.
And what about the door?
There was a lot of, I guess, blood,
AJ, I love
brain matter on the outside of the door. not so much on the inside, interior side of the door. There's a little bit at the very top, and hair on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So State's Exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
And State's Exhibit 43.
That's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be hair.
The light's changing in the
Well,
courtroom.
Yes.
So they're adjusting the camera to compensate for the lack of light. The lighting is also affecting the color of the courtroom
And we
because
mentioned
the light bulbs
defects
have a
in the
different
window. State's
temperature
Exhibit
color.
44 here.
So as they turn on and off, the colors change on the cameras. When they turn the lights on after it's been
see
dark,
there?
that's when it's the worst because it just overexposes the whole camera. Everything
Can you
looks awful.
see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 45.
Yes, you can see one of the defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
6, I believe.
Later, did you have an occasion to go back out to the scene and re-examine that window?
I did.
At that time, can you tell us what you did when you examined the window?
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took several more measurements of where those defects were in the window.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What is that?
These are diagrams, a window that I created. One shows the interior side of the window and one shows the exterior side. It shows where the defects are located in the window and all the measurements that we took for each defect.
Your Honor, at this time I move States 114 and 115 into evidence.
They're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. We're looking here at States 114. Do I have that in the correct orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Sure. There's defects A through, I believe, G, starting from top to bottom.
So it's like where it says defect A, defect B. What is that?
Those were the locations of where the bullet defects were in the glass.
So those are holes in the glass.
Right. Yes.
And that is from the inside of the feed room.
That's right.
And State's Exhibit 115 here. What is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
Okay. So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room.
Right.
And what was kind of the purpose of that?
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
Most of the gallery cannot see the exhibits. They're sort of covering up the screens with paper for that reason.
We collected
they might get a little
several of
glimpse.
the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed room floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and resume at 2:20.
Why is she smirking?
Have a good lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
Lights are off, as you see there. They might turn the lights back on here and everything will go funky. But okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna stop the stream over lunch because I'm gonna try rebooting my router over lunch and see if that fixes things. Are there any questions? I think a couple of you had questions. Let's see. Why do you look like you just swallowed a canary? Says Sherry. Did I just swallow a canary? So the lights are on now. There goes the white balance. See if we've got a hot mic here for just a moment. Hey, Mutt, welcome. It's been an incredible day. We've got just the most amazing, generous people. Thal gifted 50 membership. We've got Weather Watch, Miss Chris, Tish, all chiming in with additional memberships. It's just been raining memberships over here on the channel. They're phenomenal. It's been so much fun. So we've got very few people in gray left to see and chat. Roll call is going to be just a mess in the morning. As we welcome everybody in. But, of course, you don't have to be a member to be welcomed. You're all welcome to be here anytime. Just being here is enough. But hopefully your live streams are going great. I'll have to check in again and see if I can drop in and say hi one time. Kelly, the buffering has still been back intermittently. We're not losing connection, but if you just sort of wait out the buffering, it seems to smooth out. If you refresh a lot, you might get more buffering just because it brings you right up to the last second, and that's where the buffering sort of occurs. I am sending all the data to YouTube, so if you watch this on the replay and you were wondering why what everyone's talking about the buffering, you won't see it. TR, yes, 16 gauge, that's what we're going to talk about. Thanks for the reminder. The 16 gauge and the 12 gauge, when Mr. Murdaugh was approached by the police officers at the scene, he did have a shot. He said he was going to go get it while he was on the call with and he did that, and he grabbed two shells. Apparently, he grabbed a 12 gauge and a 16 gauge shell and loaded it in the shotgun. So it was loaded when he was there. Now, I don't know which order the shells were in, if the 12 gauge was in first and then the 16 gauge, or if he loaded it with a 16 gauge first and then the 12 gauge, it's still a problem, but it would not be as big a problem as if he had loaded the 12 gauge first and then the 16 gauge and then loaded the 16 gauge into the chamber, because it would not have fired had he chambered the round again and tried again and fired it. It probably would have exploded his gun. The size of the 16 gauge round, it fits right down the barrel, not just in the chamber, but right down the barrel of the 12 gauge, and acts like a plug. It's like effectively sealing off the end of the gun, and so the next round, all that explosive force from that the cartridge being fired would have nowhere to go and just explode the gun. Anyway, so that's where it was. We did hear that there are two different rounds, two different brands of 12 gauge shells found at the crime scene. We know that Paul was shot twice with a shotgun, and now we know that there were two different brands used, which is interesting. If the family has like some of you mentioned, like a bucket of shotgun shells, or just mixed shells, you grab what you need out of the bucket, that's interesting. I've always had like one brand with me, and I load out of the box or put them in my bag and load them, but it's not, none of it is evidence that, as you said, lands in Mr. Murdaugh's lap. It's all just circumstantial evidence so far. It's Kilt Friday. Is she wearing a kilt, the female attorney? I saw a plaid, but I wasn't sure if it was a kilt. Let's see, what else? The phone Faraday. Yes, just means they put the device in an electricity conductive bag to block the radio signal and prevent it from interacting with the network. Right. And that's what we were going to talk about as well. That Faraday bag, they call it a Faraday cage or a bag. A lot of people carry a similar one for your credit card that has an RFID chip in it, so that it can't be read unless it's taken out of that little bag. But that Faraday bag, it stops the signals that comes in, because if my phone right here, this is an iPhone, and if I lose this phone, I can log into the network on my computer, and I can inform Apple that I've lost my phone. I believe it's been stolen, and I can put it into activate a mode on here where I can remotely wipe it. I can remotely delete everything, all my pictures, all my data, all my passwords, everything I've got, all the apps. I can basically reset it to as it was when it came out of the box at the store. And so that's what a Faraday cage would prevent, because you put that in there, and then the cell phone towers couldn't reach the phone to give it the instruction to do that. So So yeah, it's not that someone else would be able to hack in and do it. It's most likely that the phone would be put into a lost mode or stolen mode and then be wiped by the carrier. Let's see. We've got... Okay, people are sending me all sorts of stuff. Thank you for blowing up the burner phone. I'll have to read this. Color Me Abstract sending me some artwork, some Picklemania artwork. Awesome.
Auxiliary Courtroom Fund.
Auxiliary Courtroom Fund. We have to get the plaque. We have to get the plaque up in the courtroom, and I think it would be really good mounted on the wall here behind me. Let's see if I can do that there. That would be awesome. This was a gift from the Creative Bee. Debbie sent this. She's got a shop over there on Etsy called the Creative Bee, but she made this for me. It's got the gavel. It's got the pickles. I'm a big fan of pickles. It says congratulations for surpassing 5,000 subscribers. This has to be in our little courtroom here behind me. I'll get it there. I'll figure out how to get it in the picture. It's a bag version of airplane mode. Yes, exactly. But it's the phone can be active, turned on, and not in airplane mode, and still, achieve the same results. I think I just witnessed Buster showing emotion. Kelly, what happened? What do we see? I missed it. It's No Pants Friday, so we had permitted kilts for this Friday. That's why. I actually did own a kilt. Got it from Edinburgh. I am Scottish, of ancestry. I have Scottish ancestry, and so I did get a kilt. My only problem is, over the years, the kilt seems to have shrunk in diameter. The length has stayed the same, but the diameter of the kilt is not what it used to be. And so it becomes a little more and more constrictive, and now it's more like a girdle that you just try to cinch up. Maybe I need to hit the gym. That's what it's telling me. Okay, we return at 2:20 Eastern, so that gives us about an hour. I'm going to go ahead and play the music, which means we get to get a break. Lunch is an hour by default. We'll be back shortly before they come back. Creative Bee is awesome. So many people are awesome. Thal, thank you for your support. Weatherwatch, Tish, Miss Chris, so many of you for your incredible support of the channel. I could not do this without you guys, but I tell you, you guys make this so much fun to do every day. This is the best job in the world. It's amazing. You're an amazing group. It's so much fun to be here. It stimulates my mind. It gets me thinking. I learn something from you guys every single day, and you really have become my family. So thank you so much for being here. You may own a kilt if you're Scottish. Yes, I am. If you hang it up with the fishing line, it'll look like part of the green screen. Hey, Bill, that's a great idea. The fishing line would be transparent, and I could hang it for the picture. I want it to be permanently mounted in the picture. But the green screen behind me is a walkway, so it gets walked by. I don't want it to get knocked off and fall. So we'll figure out a solution. We're going to tighten the seams and eliminate the gremlins here on lunch, and we'll be back. I'll open up another stream window for the part 2 of today. Thank you. Yes, we have to say, please, if you aren't able to come back and join us, please hug the people you love, smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better. Just know that this little wonderful community you found would not be the same without you. So please stay safe until we go live again right after lunch. Thank you all. We'll see you then.